have it back in there.
Yeah, okay, good. Glad you have solid judgment.
Nancy's working remotely, so she will be
Mhm.
unmuting and co-hosting.
Oh, we'll get our new
Okay,
cows.
recording in progress.
Beaver.
Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, May 28th, 2025. It is 9:30 a.m. and I am calling to order a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room are two commissioners, myself and Commissioner Waring, a number of our esteemed staff, and some members of the public, including people who are on the agenda. Peggy Parrish, we're looking forward to hearing from you. We will begin our meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Moving on to review of the agenda. Anybody, commissioners or staff, have anything to adjust?
This agenda looks great, Ann.
Agree. Dandy agenda. Okay. We have to move on to public comment for items not on the agenda. And just a reminder of our protocol there. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken, since the topic was not posted with proper notice, and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings Law. So I have a timer here, which I will apply as people begin. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment? Yes, please come forward to a microphone, or here if you're more comfortable. These are not amplifying microphones. They feed our voices into the Zoom so people online can hear from us. So I just ask that you please introduce yourself, first and last name. Let us know any relevant affiliations, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Brady Meyer. I'm a member of the San Juan Ranch Development, and I'm new to the Colorado scene. We've got roads that we have a concern about. It's the Dave Wood Road, and y'all would call the 60X, the Z60, and the 59Z. And our winter maintenance, our subdivision pays for winter maintenance. And we have a company called Switchback that takes care of that for us. And what we are requesting and hoping to do is in the summertime, whenever y'all get a little bit behind or can't quite get the maintenance taken care of, the road can't be taken care of, we'd like to personally pay for Switchback to fix the roads so that it just takes the burden off of you all and we can actually keep the roads safe. The base has got a lot of potholes in it. You can drag around the gravel, but if we don't fix the potholes in the base, we're always going to have an issue, I think, on that road. So that's our request, and to see if we could help you all out with that.
Okay, just so that we don't have to follow up outside the meeting, Mike, have you met Mike?
Mike Bourding, the county manager. I want to give you my contact and I want to follow up with you right after the meeting today.
Okay.
And I want to also say thank you. And I appreciate most of the time we just hear, you guys need to do this or that. And so coming with this offer of assistance is greatly appreciated. And I look forward to chatting with you about this.
All right, anything to add? Well, under the 3 minutes. Nice to meet you, Brady, and also Mr. Curtis.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming in.
Look forward to this.
Very
All
good. Thank you.
right, I have a member on the public online with his hand raised. Mr. Tooley, would you like to unmute yourself and begin?
That's Douglas Tooley, Commissioner Brown. I would like to respond to Commissioner Gleason's comment about a response to me regarding my comment about the relative size of San Miguel County within the 3rd Congressional District. I am a Medicaid patient. I understand the need for that. I'm speaking to effectiveness. I'm certainly not speaking against the need for Medicaid, as Ms. Gleason implied, for whatever reason, for whatever grooming. More on that perspective of size and having leverage. After I got effed over, my career got effed over by the King County prosecutor, which is a story unto itself, which I probably don't have time to do today. I was the 3-term secretary of the Madrona Community Council. And that's just to maybe a mile and a half from where Hillary grew up in the Washington. Oh, God, what's the name of that? It's very exclusive. The University of Washington president has a residency there, next to the golf course and the Arboretum. The population of that community council district was just a little bit bigger than the entire east end of San Miguel County. And, we had in a city that's just a little bit smaller than CD3, we had a fair amount of impact. We curiously, unusually, the community council stretched from what was then the minority central area to the very upscale Lake Washington neighborhoods. All of the board lived on the ridge. I was the token renter. So in that transition from the minority area to the rich white area, we had a deacon from on a board from the mayor's church, the mayor that effed me over and was part of effing me over. The minister for that church was right across the school playground from where I was living.
Mr. Tooley, thank you. It's 3 minutes. So appreciate your being with us and everything you have to share. We will now move on to the consent agenda. We have one item on there, a letter to Congressman Hurd regarding public land sell-off and so forth. Do I have any discussion or comments on the consent agenda? Or perhaps a motion?
Only a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I second that motion. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to 7A, this is perhaps this is something that I asked to be put on the agenda, that San Miguel County would consider adopting a proclamation declaring June 25th as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. This is something that was discussed in my chat with other counties, and I've received a couple of templates that we can work from. I had hoped to write one before today, haven't done it. So, but I do need, I think, some official direction from the board about whether you are in support of that. And if so, then I'll get that done and we can get your input and so forth, and then we'll adopt it at our June 11th meeting. Commissioner Waring, do you have any thoughts about that?
Yes, please.
Okay, that will happen in the next few days. The next item is 7B, consideration of approval of a special event liquor license application for the San Miguel Basin Rodeo on July 25th, 2025 and July 26th, 2025. Is anybody speaking to that, or do we just discuss amongst ourselves? Thank you, Carmen.
This is, our rodeo, liquor license, so we're excited to get this passed again. And they've met all the requirements, approval by the sheriff, so it comes to you for final approval.
Thank you, Carmen. Before we approve that, do you know what kind of beer they'll have?
Good beer.
Hopefully, it'll be good.
Hopefully the good kind. Okay, Commissioner Waring, do you have any comments or questions?
No, but I do have another motion.
Let's go.
To approve a special event liquor license application for the San Miguel Basin Rodeo on July 25th, 2025 and July 26th, 2025.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. The liquor license is in place. Thank you very much. We are now moving right on time, I might add, to item 7C, meet and greet with the new Wilkinson Public Library Director, Peggy Parrish. Peggy is here, as is the board chair, John Wontrowski, and I'll give you each a microphone just to make it a little easier. You probably heard me say, yeah, you have to speak into the microphone. Mr. Wontrowski, would you like to introduce Ms. Parrish, or will she be introducing herself?
I'll just make a short introduction. The hiring process we had was a fairly lengthy one. It was an international one. Took a lot of effort on the part of the board. There were a lot of community members who got involved, a lot of the public who stepped up to give their input as well. And Peggy is our clear choice. So we're counting on her to lead the fight for intellectual freedom in our library district.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, commissioners, for having me today. I'm Peggy Parrish. I'm director of Wilkinson Public Library. I came from Austin, Texas, where I was a library director for 5 years in a suburb there. And before that, I was in Michigan for a long time, and including having been a library director there. So I have a little bit of experience behind me, but I'm really looking forward to making Telluride my home, San Miguel County my home. So this is my 5th week, so it's been, about a month, and it's been going very, very well. I've had a wonderful reception. I love this community. I love the library, and it seems like the community loves the library. So that's a wonderful thing to see. So I'm just looking forward to the future. So it's been a very bright start, and that's just been a wonderful thing.
Well, welcome. We are delighted to have you here, and thank you for making time to come over and meet with us. Indeed, we do love the Wilkinson Public Library. The plethora of programs and materials is just stunning, and we are so fortunate that we have the library and the staff, I might add. Lance, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Welcome, Peggy. I am curious, based on your experience out in the bigger world of Austin and Michigan and your short knowledge of Telluride, what are we missing that you had in Austin or had in Michigan that you're considering bringing to the Wilkinson Library?
I don't think there's really anything missing. I think there's been a very a broad understanding of what the community here needs. And that was brought by the previous library director and the board. They really considered everything that this community finds important. And I think at this point, I'm looking at just carrying that torch and continuing what's been started. I think that the staff at the library, they all have a lot of amazing experience. They have education, they have wonderful ideas, and they're all experts in their particular field. The library itself is comprised of departments. So we have, a broad range there of talents, expertise. And so they know what they are doing, and they will inform me of what needs to be brought before the board, what needs to be considered in the community. My role is more outward. So what I'm doing is taking my team that I have now and taking all of that to the community, making sure that everything that they want to have communicated to the community, to those stakeholders that we have, and other, nonprofits that we would like to collaborate with, that I'm that point person that gets all of that communication done. So they can focus on their particular areas of expertise. So that's what I am considering my role. That's what I agreed to. It's a really important role, I think, and I feel very honored to have been chosen to be in it. So that is my plan at this point. I don't mean to completely, sway from your question, but I don't see anything as being missing. I see that there's wonderful work that's already been started, and I would like to keep that going.
If I could follow up on that, to your question about where the Wilkinson Library fits in the greater library world, our staff goes out to conferences and they lead those conferences, workshops, sections on those. So we kind of see ourselves as a cutting edge of libraries. We have a group of leaders working in the Wilkinson Public Library. So.
Well said, John, and what I took from your remarks is steady as she goes. You've got a good thing and you don't want to mess it up. You want to just continue to make it better.
That's always been my philosophy as a board member, is I let staff do their thing. They do a great job and I stay out of the way.
Anybody from the staff have a comment or question?
Yeah, I was just curious, Peggy. I know we had the chance to meet a week or so ago, but is there any assistance or partnership that you're seeking from the county or any of our respective towns, or that you're hoping for?
I think so. I think going forward, that's, as I mentioned, that I'll be forging those relationships. I would like to have a very close relationship with the county, with each of the communities that are in the area that we service with Wilkinson Public Library. And then to see what we can do. The Wilkinson Public Library is very well established, which is wonderful. It's in a great place. And I think that maybe we can look at the possibility of assisting other communities if it's something that would fit, within the parameters. There are some communities that could maybe use, some assistance from Wilkinson. So that's definitely on, my agenda for going forward, that if it's possible for us to lend a hand, then we will. I know that the staff already does within their abilities at this point, but just to see what we can do, because we have a wonderful staff, we have, a really good budget, we've got everything very well established. So it is possible for us to give and to look at that moving forward.
Excellent. And I would just offer, if there's ever any things towards trying to limit offerings or limit types of reading materials or other things to the community, please reach out to us, as I know we believe in intellectual freedom.
Absolutely. And coming from where I have just, come from, I mentioned to another board member yesterday that I do feel that I'm in a great place at a great time. So that's very much at the forefront of my mind. That
Awesome.
It's just to say that I feel very lucky to have been chosen to be here. And it's really in very good timing. So.
One thing, I don't know, Commissioner Waring says almost every meeting, and Commissioner Brown as well, we're all lucky to be here. And I think that's one of the senses when I moved here 6 years ago that was palpable in the community, is that we all feel lucky to be here. Yeah, so thank you.
So previously with Sarah as the director, she would come and kind of report to us periodically. I don't know if we had like a set cadence on that annually.
Okay.
Okay. And just kind of, maybe a little financial update and any plans that are underway, that kind of thing, just kind of a touch base. And we, I don't know if she also did that with the towns of Mountain Village and Telluride. I don't know if John, if you would know that.
She typically did not.
She
It
did
was just
not.
mostly the county,
Okay. Well,
because we do have this relationship where the county commissioners appoint board members at the library. So you guys have a certain responsibility as well.
that's right. Okay, that's fair. Or that's correct. If you choose, if you'd like to expand that, as you mentioned, you're interested in, developing relationships and so forth. We, the three governments, actually more, Ophir, Norwood, all of the kind of, governments within the county meet about every other month for intergovernmental meetings. And we have talked about trying to make those sort of a central place for other organizations to report to, so they don't have to run around to all the councils. So we could continue as the previous director did with you reporting, not reporting, but updating the county commissioners. Or if you'd like to expand that, perhaps we could get you on an intergovernmental meeting. Lance, do you think that's appropriate, or would you rather just keep Peggy right here? And then she can go to the other councils if she chooses.
I think that John's observation about our relationship makes it more likely that reporting directly to the county commissioners would be useful. There are usually folks from the press and from the media that are listening in, and I think any highlights that you share that you want to get broadcast out to the community, to the wider community, will be captured. If you do feel like it's valuable, then please do contact Carmen, who structures those meetings, and she can get you on that intergovernmental agenda anytime you need.
Okay,
Yeah, so
sounds good.
your choice, your choice. Terrific. I think that's about it. Anything else?
I'll be attending.
Great.
Okay,
I have one more question.
Please.
Maybe this is more for John. John, I think all your board seats are full. Is that true?
That's correct.
Great. And so everybody's got at least a 2-year term?
I believe Brant and I are up next year, or
Okay.
perhaps the end of this year.
Okay.
And I've been on the board for 15 years, and I am thinking about winding that down. So,
Okay.
I think there will be openings in the near future.
Well, as you know, part of being a board member is
hmm
hustling up the next generation, and I
I'm-
ask you to make those phone calls.
Thinking about recruiting as we speak.
Thank you.
Yes.
you must be interested in joining your wife in retirement. Is that what we're here?
We'll see. We'll see.
We miss her.
Yes.
All right, great. Well, thank you
Thank you,
both
guys.
for being here. And Peggy, we are really looking forward to getting to know you and, a wonderful collaborative relationship. We are here to support you and appreciate that you feel similarly about the rest of the community. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right.
Thanks all.
Have a great day. Okay, moving on now to item 7D, consideration by the Board of the Assessor's recommendation to deny petition of abatement or refund of taxes to, I'll give it a try, Devogalere, beautiful name, and Conlon. And present we have our assessor, Sarah Enders. I'm wondering if anybody online is here to represent. Pardon me? Hello, Miss Conlon. Why don't you come up to the microphone as well? Alexandra, was that?
Alex is fun.
Alex, great. And normally what we do is have the assessor present her position, and then we can either ask questions at that time, or we will just turn it over to Ms. Conlon to make some comments. Is that correct? And then we could ask questions of her, and then we discuss amongst ourselves and make a decision.
I
Thank
think
you.
just one point of clarification, after those individual presentations, the board can entertain those questions. We just don't want to have a back and forth between the client and the assessor.
Oh, yes. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
just-
Right, it comes
just
this way.
For
Right,
decorum
right.
reminder.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, Sarah, take it away.
All right, I'm just gonna give a kind of a quick summary. The appraiser who handles condos is not here, so I'm gonna do my best to represent his argument. So the petitioner is requesting an abatement or a refund of taxes on residential real property for the tax year 2024. stating that the property's value increase was unwarranted. The assessor valued the property according to statutory requirements to value residential property according to market value at the June 30th, 2022 level of value based on property sales, which occurred between July 1st, 2020 and June 30th, 2022. Again, so this was from last year, so we were looking at the prior reappraisal period. And this was a condo and a residential condo. And so just as a reminder, we are required to look at the market approach to value for residential property based on statutory requirements in Colorado. I am requesting that the commissioners deny this petition for abatement or refund of taxes. If it is granted in full, there would be a refund of $784.91 awarded to the petitioner for tax year 2024. And then I just wanted to kind of read through our condo appraiser's response. He says the taxpayer petition cites outrageously high taxes as the reason for the abatement request. There is also a comment about the amount of the increase in the valuation and a request to lower the value to $700,000. The petitioner offers no support for the requested amount, such as sales data for comparable sales, as is typical in a successful appeal. Abatement petitions are after the fact appeals that have a burden of proof requirement for the petitioner. In this case, the petitioner has not met the burden of proof and in fact has provided no supporting evidence for the valuation request. The assessor's office reviewed the valuation of the subject property and found it to be well supported by sales in the complex. The subject property was valued at $554.67 per square foot. Sales of 2 and 3 bedroom units in the complex ranged from $580 per square foot to over $870 per square foot for the statutory base period. In conclusion, the property was appropriately valued for the 2024 tax year, and the petitioner did not demonstrate support for the requested value. The assessor's office requests that you deny the abatement petition and uphold the value as applied by the assessor. I also just wanted to add in that there has been case law that has determined that the assessor is presumed to be right, and that the burden of proof falls on the petitioner to prove that the assessor's value is incorrect. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Waring, any questions for the assessor? I just have one question because it's been a while since we did this, maybe a year or so.
Sure.
On the form that you shared, petition for abatement or refund of taxes, there's a box down at the bottom that
Yep.
says assessor's recommendation.
Yep.
Okay, and I see the original price at $891
Mhm.
and then corrected price at $700.
So that's just the math if we were to award the petitioner's request for a change in value. So that's, just to
Okay.
show that final tax change of $784.91.
Yep.
And all the changes that would take effect if, again, if the petitioner's requests were rewarded in full.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. I kind of assumed that, but just wanted to clarify.
Sure.
But the petitioner did not actually suggest the 700,000.
They did.
Oh, they
yeah.
did.
So that section 1 of that form.
Got it.
What
Yep.
the petitioner submits, when they submit their petition for abatement. And so that petitioner's estimate of value is $700,000.
I see that now. Okay, that's clear. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Very much. Alex Conlon, hi, thank you for being here. Would you like to address the board?
Sure. I do have a question. So does an abatement apply in relative value to following years, or is it just for the 1 year?
It's just for the 1 year.
It's just for the 1 year. So any future going forward, we're going to contest, evaluate the recent valuation. Okay, I kind of did this somewhat in light of knowing where the valuation has gone, which is now up to 1,2,369,000. I feel that a lot of the condo value of the Bear Creek Lodge, where I live, since my residence, is based on the income value of these properties. We don't rent our property, we live in it. It's also based on a lot of the amenities that are there for visitors and for income earning properties that we don't use. You wouldn't get in those hot tubs either if you saw what went on in them all year. But so that's my take on this. I am a tax preparer. I do a lot of people's taxes in the area, friends and clients. And I feel that I pay very high taxes relative to other locals who have houses with yards and sheds and maybe even a garage. I've got a 1,600 square foot condo that has been valued very highly lately due to resale values of units in the same building. Most of the units in the same building have been remodeled. Our unit is not remodeled. It's the same as it was when it was built in 2020. And a lot of them, most of the units that have sold are on the fourth floor. They are very different units from everything below them. Our unit is divided into sort of lock off floor plan. Upstairs, they have two big spacious bedrooms up on a second floor. It's actually the fifth floor of the building. And the downstairs has, so they're 4-bed, 4-bath. I have a small balcony. It's about 12 square feet. They have a balcony that's about 100 square feet. So it's kind of apples and oranges. The fact that, you know, our valuation is being pegged to these upstairs because those are the ones that are selling for the most part. I know that a 3-bedroom sold more recently. I've been trying to get the valuation on it. Over the last week, I just got your letter on Sunday. And when I opened my mail, it was like, oh, I need to be there. So that's my argument. I don't know if it holds water or not, but the other thing was the 65 thing, and we have not been there for 10 years yet. We've been there for 9 months, 9 years and 3 months. My husband's 68. That was the other thing I was looking at. So at least put that in for the future because next year.
So there is an application that you'll fill out
Okay.
once you qualify.
Okay.
And you have to qualify as of January 1st.
Okay.
But yeah, next year, you know, if you've been there 10 years as of January 1st next year, then come on in and we'll get you.
And the other thing was that the increase is kind of staggering. I mean, when it went from 561 to 891, now it's gone to 1.2 million and change. And it's a bit, whoa, you know, it took me back a bit and it seemed slowing it down would be nice. I was really glad to be able to afford to come back to Telluride. I moved away to Salt Lake City for 16 years. It was great to be able to come home and we could afford what was going on at the time there. Our dues when we moved back were 12, 15 months, still pretty high. They're up to $2,000 a month. Now we're going to tack a $4,000 tax bill on it. Dolores is looking better all the time. Makes me sad. That's my argument. I don't have to hold any longer. There you have it.
Thank you, Alex. Lance, would you like to say something? Otherwise I can take it.
You go ahead.
Okay. We feel your pain and, you know, you are one of many people who have used the word, is it outrageous? Outrageously high taxes. It's a problem that we are all experiencing here as locals. And it is a particular concern for me for our senior population who are on fixed or income, right? And yet the cost of living continues to rise here, including property taxes, HOA dues, and pretty much everything else. It's very difficult. The way this works, though, is that everything is set up by statute, by Colorado statute. And as Sarah pointed out, the way to sort of petition successfully, a way to petition successfully would be to provide those comps so that the assessor can take a look at what you feel the value would be. And in this particular case with your abatement, that hasn't happened. So I think that, you know, we'll probably have to deny this. That would be where I'm going. At the same time, you made some really good points about the condition of your property and the location of your property and why the comps in the building might not be appropriate. And so my suggestion would be to set up a meeting with Sarah's office ASAP and address your 2025 assessed value, because not only would that, well, that would certainly help with your upcoming taxes for 2026 and forward. And the best thing you can do is to kind of reset that assessed value to the right number. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I know that Sarah's team is always willing to sit with people and talk about that, and she can share with you the process. It does include providing, I believe, comps. Well, anyway, I won't try to speak for Sarah, but those would be my comments at this time. Lance, do you have anything to add? You don't have to if you don't. No.
Took the words from my mouth.
Yeah.
Alex, I think that Commissioner Brown was very clear about the way that we have to decide this. And I think she was also very clear about a path forward for you if you care to put some time in. It may well be that the condition of your unit is something that you and Sarah's office can discuss, and also the location within the building.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm waiting on numbers. It's just off season.
I'll also note
Getting those numbers.
you're currently appraised at 554 a square foot, which is less than any of the other appraisal values, assessed values that have been set at 580 to 870. So even looking at the number that you have in front of you, it's still lower than any of the other comparables that Sarah's office was able to turn up. So
Okay, and are you talking about the numbers for 25 or the 24?
24.
24.
24. So 25, it went up to probably the 800.
I don't have that in front of me.
Yeah, because it's one.
At any rate, I think you're going to have a healthy conference
Okay.
with Sarah and her team
I will, yeah.
So
in sorting out.
I have another hearing after this, but I will say when you leave here, go next door to my office
Okay.
and ask for our condo appraiser's information.
Okay.
And to set up an appointment with him.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Thank you very much.
sure.
And there is a deadline for that. What is your June?
July,
June 8th is the.
June 8th.
It's actually June 9th because June 8th is on a Sunday. So June 9th is your deadline to appeal for this year. For this year's value.
Okay.
It's
I'll
soon.
have property tax notice, it's July 15th.
No, June 9th.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all for your time.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And it's good to hear from people like you. It kind of helps us, keep it real. Not that we're not all feeling that way ourselves, but I really appreciate you speaking up. Okay. Sarah, anything to add before we move on?
No, it's just that I sympathize.
Yeah.
And I do think I don't have the data in front of me, but I think just the feeling was that condos in Mountain Village have been over the last couple of reappraisals, some of the biggest increases that we've seen for whatever reason. And so, yeah, I get that feeling that it's crazy.
Yep.
I get that the value is great, but that doesn't help me.
I just
So,
have
I
to
understand.
look at the value.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
The other thing, while you're at next door, you might ask them also about the state program where if you'd like to, you can defer your paying your property taxes until you sell the property or refinance or something like that. And given that the value has increased so much, that is an option for you, for all of us in that situation. That's a state program. Okay, thank you, Alex. Yes, I think we need a motion.
To approve the Board of Assessors recommendation to deny petition of abatement or refund of taxes for Degler.
Degler.
I didn't say his name.
Thank you, Alex. Is there a second?
I just want, do we need to finish the AMBT 20?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
This is ABMT 2025-8.
I second that. How do you vote? I as well to deny. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Moving on to item 7E, consideration of the Board of the Assessor's recommendation to deny petition of abatement or refund of taxes, Palmyra Holdings Limited LLC, ABMT 2025-9. And Sarah, do you know if anybody's here for that? Mr. Vaughn?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Nicholas Vaughn, how do you do?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Fine, I'm Commissioner Brown and Commissioner Waring is here as well. So the process for this is that Sarah, the assessor, will present her position and then you will present your position. The commissioners will then ask questions of Sarah and or you if necessary. We do try to avoid a back and forth between the petitioner and the assessor to the extent possible, although Sarah does have a lot of information if you have questions, so might have a little bit of that. Is that clear and does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, please.
All right. So once again, this is a condo, so I'll do my best to kind of summarize our condo appraiser's argument. But in summary, the petitioner is requesting an abatement or refund of taxes on residential real property for tax year 2024, stating that the property was unusable for personal or business use for the majority of 2024 as the result of a flood occurring in January 2024. Damage affected 2 floors of the property, which was under construction between January and November 2024. The assessor's office made an adjustment to the property in 2023 for a sewage backup problem, and this adjustment was carried through into 2024. Further flooding or damage occurred after the January 1st statutory assessment date, and so should not be considered for the 2024 tax year. The assessor requests that the commissioners deny this petition for abatement or refund of taxes for tax year 2024. If the petition is approved in full, there will be a refund of $3,394.93 awarded to the petitioner for tax year 2024. And then I'll just read John's response. He says the petitioner cites a flood originating in January of 2024. The owner states that the property was under construction in January 2024 through November 2024, and this event made the property unusable. Abatement petitions are after the fact appeals that have a burden of proof requirement for the petitioner. In this case, the petitioner has not met the burden of proof and in fact has provided no supporting evidence for the valuation request. First, there is no basis given for the valuation request of $3,500,000. Primarily, the event occurred after the assessment date of January 1st, 2024. Colorado law requires the assessor to appraise the property based on its physical status as of January 1st of each year for the ensuing year. Based on the petition, the damage to the property occurred in January 2024, which is after the status date. The damage was apparently corrected by November of 2024, which was prior to the next assessment date. Furthermore, this property already has a downward adjustment of the value of 10% to recognize issues with a similar prior complaint. In conclusion, the property was appropriately valued for the 2024 tax year, and the petitioner did not demonstrate support for the requested value. The event occurred after the assessment date, and repairs were apparently made prior to the end of the year. The assessor's office requests that you deny the abatement petition and uphold the value as applied by the assessor. And I do just want to clarify that for valuation purposes, there is no allowance of prorating value for assessment. We are allowed to prorate property taxes when something goes from taxable to exempt or exempt to taxable, or if a mobile home moves out of the state. But that's basically it. Otherwise, there is no proration of value allowed for property taxes.
Meaning if the property is unusable for a certain period of time, you can't just not pay taxes on the property for that period of time?
We can't adjust the value for a portion of the year. So again, based on statute, we look at the property as it sat on January 1st. Based on that June 30th assessment date or appraisal date. So the assessment date is January 1st, the appraisal date is June 30th, but the assessment date is kind of looking at the status of the property. And so we're required to tax the property based on its status as of January 1st.
I understand.
Yeah.
Any questions for Sarah, Lance?
No, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Vaughn.
Yes,
Hi.
ma'am.
Yes, we'd like to hear from you.
Okay, thank you. I think I agree with everything Sarah is saying. A lot of this has to do with us not knowing the dates and when, and dealing with lawsuits with this and everything else under the sun. This is not the first time this property has flooded. This is the third time this property has flooded. And when we think of the word flood, we think of water. This is not water. This is raw human sewage coming back into our home for multiple years. And it's been under construction 2 or 3 times now. And it takes forever to get anything fixed in Mountain Village or Telluride for that matter. just finding subs. If you're not building a $30 million home, nobody wants to come and do any work at your house. So, being Texas homeowners, especially being in Austin, we loved hearing from the librarian a while ago that did some time in Austin. We're kind of trained here in Texas to protest property taxes yearly. Most of us have an attorney or somebody under retainer to do this on a yearly basis. I've never really experienced this in Colorado. We've been homeowners there since 2014, I believe. And then moved up when I sold part of my business because we wanted a house there that could fit our entire family. So that happened in 2019. We were told by the city at the time that this sewage problem had been remedied. It turns out it was not. It flooded again in 2021. Again, human waste from all the condo units came back to our house. We then got that fixed. It took about a year. We weren't able to live in it. We paid the property taxes. We did not protest them. They weren't insane yet. We purchased this, I think, for 1.9. At that time, it was around 4 million. It happened again. Then things started getting sticky because we found out people weren't being truthful about the real cause. I excavated it this summer. I dug down 40 feet and I found cement in the pipe, one of the main pipes. It then became a litigious issue between the HOA, our insurance company, and potentially us. Neither one of the two entities wanted to support it. So this kind of comes back. Somebody mentioned something about not having materials. I sent multiple emails requesting, where should I send all these emails, and how do you want me to compile this information without me having to, break away from work where I work as a doctor to where it makes sense, to send in the information, or you could just drive by the work site and see that there's two huge bulldozers out there excavating 40 feet underground to find what was told to us to be vandalism from years past. I don't believe any of it, to be honest. I think it's all a bunch of excuses being made. So the real thing here that I was requesting was a tax abatement because we weren't able to live in the house, period. Not even as a part-time resident. We don't rent our home. That was never anything that we intended to do. Our hope is to move here at some point once the kids finish school. And being that this has happened multiple times, it is on record. There are permits. There is all kinds of other information that it can easily be found if anybody's willing to do such. So we do understand the dates now. We do understand that next week we'll be protesting the property value, and we'll be able to submit all the building stuff for 2025. We weren't asking for a whole lot. There wasn't any number I put out there. I just wanted somebody to look at this and see if there's a way to reduce this, and happy to supply proof of burden if that would satisfy the assessor or change any of it. That's all I really got. Like I said, we've been living in that unit. There's no chance of resale when somebody reads and you have to put in seller disclosure that there's raw human sewage on 2 floors. I don't think that makes it an attractive purchase. I think most people would probably shy away from that, being that it's the 3rd time it's happened. We do feel confident now that by spending a lot of money and digging down deep to find the issue, we hope, it's solved now. But yeah, it hasn't been a great experience. And I guess I'll close on that.
Thank you, Dr. Vaughn. That sounds like an understatement to say it hasn't been a great experience. Unfortunately, I'm not really in a position to mitigate that for you because as our assessor, Sarah Enders, very clearly stated, we really can't, by statute, prorate taxes. I think that your understanding of the dates and the opportunities for continued protest are useful, and that you may want to, like the previous applicant, set up a meeting with the assessor's office to discuss future taxes, but unfortunately, in this case, there really isn't an avenue for me or for this board to provide you relief.
Yeah, no, I listen, I understand this is much bigger. This is Colorado state law. I would say the communication is unique to the town of Mountain Village, being that you're going to have a lot of part-time people own property there, for better or for worse. I've heard from both sides. I'm pretty close to a lot of locals there. But when you do have a lot of out-of-state people, probably a lot from Texas in the Mountain Village area, period. I don't know what the actual demographic is, but I'm assuming it's a lot. The communication's pretty sparse, and the websites are very archaic and hard to find, and it's not very clear, and it's not that hard to do. Texas is pretty clear. They send you notes. It comes to your address. It's very outlined. This to me seems, I don't think it's nefarious, but it's certainly hidden and very challenging. And I've actually had attorneys look at this and say, this is wild. I would recommend, if this is going to be the way it's going to be going forward, you're not going to get a lot of support. You're going to have a whole lot of upset citizens. And it would be a better idea to make sure these notices are more clear and the dates are more clear. Even from paying the taxes, it's confusing. You can pay one payment, you can pay two payments. There's no clear indication of why. And it just makes trying to solve these other things that occur that you don't expect, these black swan events. It really mixes timelines and makes it extremely challenging. And I think probably it could be improved.
Mr. Vaughn, I concur with Commissioner Waring. That is a really difficult story, and I'm sorry that that's what you've been going through for now. It sounds like years.
Yeah.
At the same time, as you understand, all of this is set by statute, and our hands are tied here. So I'm afraid that in this situation, we will follow the assessors, or I will follow the assessors' suggestion to deny this. As we've already discussed, there is an opportunity before June 9th to discuss the valuation from 2025. I'm a little unclear about which part of the communication is not working. Is it with the town of Mountain Village, or is it with the county? Because that's something we can address.
With the county. There's
Okay.
two different websites you have to go to in order, one, to find what you're assessed, and one to go pay, which is confusing. It should all be kind of located under one entity. And I'm not the only one that's complained about this. Second to that, it's hard to find anybody to protest your taxes specific to Mountain Village. We know of one person, and I asked him, I was like, who would you go to do backup on this? He's like, nobody. There's nobody here. And so you're ended up, you have one family entity, me, or the lady that came here prior to me, trying to go back and talk to county assessors who are assessing these values based on the comps that they get versus, which is arbitrary. There's, I asked my own real estate agent for comps, and they're nowhere near. Nobody's buying there right now. So some of these prices that are up there, you got to find a buyer. And with interest rates, you're not going to find buyers in those $2 million, $3 million condos. You will on the $25 to $50 million, because those people got a lot of money. So there's a disconnect with what's going on with the property values and the way they're assessed in Mountain Village, period. So we're looking at all these price per square foot and trying to compare, trying to compare this one to that one. But there's stark differences between property values going up for what I would consider myself upper middle class, buying a dream vacation home that we've saved up for 20 years there to be there because we grew up there and went there and have been coming there for years, versus getting comp prices for something that's high up and trying to extrapolate the information. Nothing is sold in our units over the last, I think, 6 months, even though there has been a couple of listings. So it's just a confusing process in general. And then when you're trying to find professional help like you would in Texas for, they have a whole system, because property taxes have been running this state forever since because we don't have a state income tax. I'm just saying the Colorado way of doing it is somewhat behind. And when you're going to increase the property values from 2019, ours was 1.7 million to over 6 million in the span of what, 7 years? That's ludicrous.
Either that or a very good investment.
Well, I mean, that's for you to say if I wanted to sell that and I came to this house to try to make a bunch of money, but that's not why I bought this house.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
we
that.
understand.
Yeah, we're actually in a similar but maybe slightly smaller boat. In that both commissions.
Right. I just want to be clear though. We don't have any issue with paying taxes. We pay our taxes. We pay them on time. And I've never protested them because I didn't feel it was right to protest. I want the city to have money to build those roads. I want them to attract more businesses to Mountain Village. I want all of that to be there. The reason I requested this abatement was, frankly, I didn't live in the house.
Right.
And I had to come out of pocket and I had to go back and fix city pipes that they should have fixed.
Appreciate
And I've avoided suing the city. So, it's just a lot to contend with, especially from afar. And when the property values go up that much, you're like, well, I'm paying the taxes. Why isn't the city taking care of me and taking care of my pipes? Instead, I'm having to pay out of pocket and I'm having to go pay for those pipes and I can't live in the house.
Yeah.
It's a nasty little thing that has happened here. And
We understand, Mr. Vaughn, and I, am personally really sorry about that.
Understood.
I really do. I just want to address a couple of things that you mentioned. The arbitrariness of the comps is not the case. Sarah can share more with you offline about the process that the assessor goes through, but it's actually very kind of mathematical. And while I understand that nothing has sold in your unit in the past 6 months, the 2025 assessed value is based on property sales for a period 18 months well before that, I think ending June of 2023, June 30th of 2024, right? Exactly. Sorry. Okay. So anyway, so it's odd because there is that lag where it may not reflect today's values, but it reflects June 30th of 2024, which we were all surprised to learn that prices continued to rise at a high rate during that time, even though fewer sales took place. So yes, please, Sarah. Yes, of
I
course.
just want to clarify, again, based on the comment about the sales we use being arbitrary. Colorado is a disclosure state, whereas Texas is a non-disclosure state. So in Colorado, it is public information what every property sells for. Texas, that is not the case. So Texas, it's a lot harder to find comps, which I would guess is probably why you really need to hire someone to represent you on these appeals. But Colorado being a disclosure state, we here, and I would argue that Colorado is actually a pretty progressive state as far as how property values are achieved. We are required to consider every sale that happens in the county, and we do. And we are audited on our process of how we qualify and disqualify sales that we use for the analysis process. So
audited by who?
By a third-party company that is hired by the State Board of Equalization. So that company audits all the counties in the state.
Yeah, but the state hires them. I mean, listen, I'm not going to argue anything that's going to change this. So you have your opinion, I have my opinion, and I appreciate that Colorado's progressive. Trust me, I do, and I'm happy to be a part of that community when I'm able to be part of that community. I think in these situations, common sense tends to be the way we all like to lean. And in these opportunities, we should probably start leaning towards them.
Thank you,
And
Mr.
I'll close with that.
Okay, and thank you, Sarah, for all that clarification. And I agree, it can be very confusing, and I know there are lawyers locally who do assist property owners with their appeals. Not that anyway, so that is an option if you'd like to go that way. And then is there anything we can say about why the assessor versus the treasurer's websites are separate? I'm assuming that's because these are legally separate offices and they work completely independently. The assessed valuation takes place in the assessor's office, and then at some point, when all the appeals are finished, then the assessor will notify the treasurer of the assessed values, and then the treasurer applies the mill levy rate. So in Colorado, those are both elected offices, and I think for, security and, all those sorts of reasons, they are distinct. And that's, again,
That's fine. That's fine, but they could still be tailored in, they could still be layered into some other situation that just makes it easier for the tax-paying voters, the constituents. There's no reason to make it challenging. I think I sit on a lot of boards, and my whole entire life, and I've been a CEO of multiple companies. Make it easy for people. Make it easy for people. And that's the call. I mean, if you live there all the time, great, you know it and you can learn it. But that's not the way Telluride's built. It is definitely built on tourist dollars. It's definitely built on people owning some of these homes part-time. And for us to continue to deny that, it sounds crazy too. I mean, we can't have it both ways. We got to make sure that we are keeping it kind of smart and simple for everybody that's involved, that's a homeowner or a condo owner or a landowner in that beautiful piece of Colorado in the San Juan Mountains.
Okay, Dr. Vaughn, thank you for that input. I think we are ready for a motion.
We are, and I move to approve the Board of the Assessors' recommendation to deny a petition of abatement or refund of taxes for Palmyra Holdings Limited LLC, ABMT 2025-9.
I second that. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries. Thank you for your time, Dr. Vaughn, and please do reach out to the assessor's office to discuss your 2025 assessment. I think you'll find them very helpful.
I agree. The assessors have been nice chatting with them via email, and they've always been very personal. So I concur. Yeah, good people.
All right. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 7F, discussion of with the owner of the Placerville Post Office, Harley Brook Hitching, as well as, I believe, Matthew Brook Hitching. Blackman, thank you. Are we okay without a break? Moving on to that? Okay, great. Please come on up. You have 2 seats and 2 microphones there as well. Matthew Blackman. Thank you. Nice to see you both.
See y'all.
And thank you for your email with the information as well. We had that attached to the packet, so we have everything that you shared. Who would like to begin?
I'll start just very quickly. I appreciate the commissioners and having this meeting for us. I've been, as it said, purchased the post office in Placerville, and we've been meeting, and I've had calls with representative, I believe, the rental specialist of the U.S. Post Office that does Wyoming and Colorado, and I think that's it. No other states. And we've been trying to work with them to keep them on as a tenant. Obviously, they're great for the community, and we want them. But we're having major difficulty working with them in terms of the last meeting we had with Brenda Meyer, who I think has been there for 35 years and very, very good. I think she's very good for the post office. She's, I describe her maybe as a bulldozer and on the verge of being offensive, but in a business sense in terms of the rents to pay and things like that. And we're having, I've wanted to speak to you all in terms of assessments. She is looking at not only San Miguel, but throughout post offices around Colorado and Wyoming. And her numbers are just way off and just not tied with reality. And certainly Mom's very politically savvy and very white gloves with her to work with her. And we are really trying to make an effort. But it's just something that we're having difficulty. Maybe you all can give ideas, if not outright help, with bridging the gap between us. And I'll turn it over to Harley.
Thank you. I look at you two, what, 35 years we've known each other?
Mhm.
Ah, none of us look any older at all. I sent you just an outline of where we stand. And sort of the summary is that there's just a $22,000 difference in what the rent should be. And Matt was talking about Brenda Meyer. Boy, is she a seasoned old bird, and so am I. So we were, she has her guidelines and mainly taken from other rural post offices. But I think I just think we'll ask for your help, and that is talk to your representatives. I really, even though I have some political connections, I can't use them because of my relationship to Matt, who owns it. But for San Miguel, I think we need to keep the post office there. And I'm going to ask that the commissioners call your representatives, say, look, San Miguel deserves this. And I think that's about all we can do. The lease will be up, we've got another year and a couple of months. But I just wanted you to know what the situation was. And Lance, you'd asked me to keep in touch.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can tell you, or?
Lance, do you have any questions?
I do have one question on something you said, Matt, which was that the numbers that Brenda has are not either up to date or not realistic. Do you base that on she's comparing more rural post offices in different zip codes that have different economic drivers and different land values, or?
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I think I noted on this, their offer, because the post office now has engaged a real estate company to do the negotiations. So there's a 4% that from the rent will be paid to them. So including that, they're offering $115 more than they did 5 years ago.
Mhm.
And that was negotiated 11 years ago. So it was, just after 2010, where real estate was worth nothing. I think they have their guidelines, but they're not really in touch with the San Miguel property values and costs. So is that something you guys can do?
Can
Cool.
always write a letter. I don't know that we can overcome federal guidelines, but, and I actually am reminded of the conversation you just overheard with some of our taxpayers about how there's some statute that we cannot buck, and we may encounter that kind of statutory brick wall where the post office can't make an exception for rural resort communities, or we may find a sympathetic ear. But
Well, give them a push. They can always find, government, they can always find a little pocket somewhere. And San Miguel County is small. They're going to find it for someone else unless we push them to find it for us.
Commissioner Brown, I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
Well, I just have a question about, I understand the numbers you've provided. I understand the current lease. I understand the renewal offer. There's a line here that says market rent of 42,000 annually. So I'm curious where that came from. And then I'm not sure what this MFB Placerville final offer is at 37.2.
That's in a negotiation. That's what we offered. Matt offered.
Okay, so that's what you offered
Yeah.
to rent it to them at that price. Okay, I see. And where did the 42,000, because if we're going to write a letter, then we need to understand where the figures came from so that we can, where did the 42,000 come
That's
from?
pretty interesting. It came basically kind of from the area. There are no rentals. There are no comps. There's nothing to rent between here and Routeux commercially.
Mm-hmm.
And as I gave you sales prices, and all those sales were bought by people who are using them for their own business. So, they're not, they're bought by the company that's using them. So I figured what just the area costs. They're certainly a lot lower than Telluride, but it's scarcity.
So the 42,000 is your feeling or
As
belief
a, yeah.
that what it would.
As a realtor for 100 years. Yeah.
But you said there are no market comps, so we couldn't provide that information.
No, isn't it? And again, I think there are only 6 commercial buildings between here and Bridgeway,
Mm.
Sawpit Mercantile, and then Placerville.
And is there a rent? Oh, probably Sawpit is owner, is that they own the property, as does
our
M&M.
other commercial properties.
Yeah.
You guys, you are half, I think, Mike, you know, you're half owner of a little commercial property, because half of it was built in the right of way, and then the owner sold the other part. So
We own the septic system, as I understand.
you own the
The
whole.
leach field.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I know the person who bought it, he said he's had people come up to him and say, oh, can we rent that? We, you know, and offered, you know, $2,000-3,000 for that
Mhm.
little shed. So it's based on, you know, what I think the market should be.
Okay. And is there any way, Harley, as a realtor, that using these sales prices and how big they are or something, that you could estimate what those properties might rent out at based on, is that a way to do it?
I think it's all guesstimate.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
to be specific, I mean, on these sales prices I gave you, the buildings are obviously different sizes, but it doesn't go by square foot. It goes by, oh my gosh, there's the space.
Yeah, I just feel like we would have a hard time in our letter supporting, you know, that we believe that the market rent is $42,000 annually. I think we could say that a X% increase over these years in an appreciating rural resort
Yeah.
market is unreasonable.
I might suggest, commissioners, that you don't go, you might think about going there. Because the negotiation is between one
Yes.
agency and us as private, and for you getting in and saying, well, we think it's worth that, or it should. be
Yeah,
worth
yeah.
that. I think just say, you know,
I think
get
the
it done.
focus-
We want that post
Yeah, I
office.
think the focus of our letter, if we were to write one, would be the importance of the post office to the community. And
Yeah,
the
I
reasons
think,
that it should.
that's what I'm asking, but not your evaluation, or I don't think you want to get in the middle of that.
No, I don't think we would
Just get it done. We want the post office to stay and let them deal with this. It's a thought.
Okay, I do think we could say something, though, that this percentage increase is unreasonable given what's happening. I mean, they're offering to stay. They're just offering to stay at a much, you know, what Harley believes is below market rate. So it's not a question of, is that correct? I mean, they want to stay.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not like we're saying, oh, you're leaving, please stay. It's the only way you
It's
can stay
negotiable.
is if you pony up a little more money. So we can finesse this, I think.
Why don't we do this? Commissioner Brown and I will work on a draft of a letter. We'll explain the situation to Commissioner Gleason. And at a future meeting, once we've been through our editing process, I think we'll all be able to come up with something that is clear, but doesn't dive into the math
Yeah.
so deeply that we're picking up figures out of thin air.
I know because it's a long process, I think you have to go through a branch of Congress and I doubt they go with individual leases, but it's over a year away, but they're probably trying to firm it up.
I appreciate your foresight, because yes, this is going to take.
And you know,
some
a
time.
letter is always good, but you can bug the heck out of them with phone calls. That's usually what it takes, as you know.
Yeah, and I think what we would do is maybe address the letter to Brenda and then CC our representative and senators and that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
It does indeed. Isn't Bennett showing up here in a few days?
He will be here on Thursday.
Actually,
Tomorrow.
his
The staff.
Right.
senator won't be in person, but we have an opportunity to speak with staff.
All right, well, so I just wanted to report on what's going on, and that's it.
Commissioners, thank you very much.
Thank you
You're so
very much.
welcome. Harley, do you need more information about the Bennett staff and how to make an appointment and all that?
Take it from you now, I'll find out.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I do have an email you can use to make an appointment if you want to.
Oh, you need an.
Yeah, I'm gonna forward you something right now.
Thank you, Ann.
Yep,
Thank you.
you bet. Or I'll forward you next time we have a break. How's that? Harley.
Commissioners, we're almost 7 minutes ahead of schedule now. Good job catching up. Would you like to take a brief break before the next matter?
I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Do you want to wait until 11, which is the scheduled time for?
10:50, just 7 minutes?
Oh, 10:50. Thank you. I forgot about that one. Okay, sure. 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Yep.
There is a hand up.
Did you want to entertain a comment from Mr. Tooley? Since
Thank
this
you.
is
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Office, it is a matter of public business.
Yes,
versus- I just want to clarify the previous two appeals were individual, that was solely related to the property owner's individual taxes and circumstances. That's why we didn't entertain public comment on that. But as talking about the post office, this is a matter of public interest. And so we do think it's appropriate to entertain comments.
Thank you for that guidance. Mr. Tooley, would you like to weigh in on the matter of the Placerville Post Office lease? Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
As in the previous two issues, we're seeing some previous two tax issues, property tax issues. We're seeing intertwined issues of notice and process across multiple jurisdictions. The way the federal government treats rural areas is very much a part of that. It's not just rental rates. It's also the compensation rates for the contracted delivery. They don't use employees for delivery in rural areas, and that compensation is low as well. This may all seem banal, but Hannah Arendt, the philosopher Hannah Arendt, the mid 20th century philosopher, has a book called The Banality of Evil, and I would make reference of that to the commissioners. And you have a responsibility for seeing that your constituents are treated right at all levels of government, below and above. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 5-minute break here. We will come back at 10:50 to address item 7G on our agenda. Thank you. Hello, San Miguel County. It is now 10:54. We are back from our short break and we are on item number 7G on our agenda, Finance Office Staffing Needs. Ramona Rummel, our Finance Director, is here with her backup of Paige Starks. We are happy to see you both.
And I'm actually going to go ahead and kick us off with this.
Okay, great. Mike, take it away.
Thank you. So this is a requested position to add to our finance staff and department that also creates some succession. Obviously, we know that Paige Starks is our deputy finance director, and then below her are two senior accountants in Heather and Miranda. Paige and Ramona continue to be consistently working on average 6 days a week. And this is when we created the deputy position, we knew that this would be a person hopefully that would succeed Ramona when she retires, which she's starting to think about that retirement horizon more and more, given her 35-year anniversary with the county recently. And we want to ensure that there is continuity and support for Paige, and also that we can get them back to a reasonable workload level. We have, when we added, it used to be a 3-person department, we added the 4th, but at the same time, we took on so many more grants. We're averaging over 30 grants annually. The amount of reporting, well, actually, if you just think of from the macro perspective, we're bringing in over $10 million a year. So the investing in the proper staffing of the finance office is paying us back exponentially through the funds that we're able to receive and manage correctly. We have never had a negative grant finding from, and so when we're approaching DOLA or our other major funders, grant funders through the state and federal government, they see, and part of the reason we are so successful in getting grants is because we have demonstrated accuracy and follow through on everything that we've applied for in the past. So we also, although Paige and Ramona are exempt and their senior accountants are not, we're proposing to add an additional exempt position. When we say exempt, we generally, it indicates that an employee such as a director or others would generally work an average of 40 hours a week, knowing that some hours are going to be, some weeks are going to be more than that. When I continue to see Paige and Ramona in particular working consistently beyond those hours, I appreciate their dedication, but I also know that that leads to burnout. And when folks burn out, there's a lot of negative consequences for themselves personally, as well as for the organization. And for those reasons, we're requesting an additional position to start soon. We would like to advertise for this position both internally and then externally. We're talking about a grade 32, so not as high. It's kind of in the middle of where our senior accountants are and below the deputy finance director. So grade 32, hiring within the range of steps 2 through 5 would equate to between $31.79 an hour and $34.23 an hour. We are proposing that this be an exempt position that would be 5 days a week in the office with them. And the related benefits cost, we always show the worst case scenario. If they were on the highest benefit package for a full year, that would equate to $34,000. We know that realistically, once we advertise, it's going to take a month or more until we can find this person, bring them on board. So the anticipated amount will be less than $17,000 in the correlated benefits cost, for a total of approximately just over $50,000 for the remainder of this current year, depending on when they start. And I will be happy to answer any questions about this role. Or Ramona is also welcome to add anything to this. But what we had debated for a long time of what could we get by with? And I think sometimes we think of the finances and trying to save as much money as possible and not what is the ultimate best structure. And I think this position kind of straddles in between those two objectives. We're trying to be fiscally responsible by not adding another level of accountant or finance director position at that same level as Ramona and Paige or a similar level, but also not trying to have somebody hourly so that when there is a need to stay late or come in on the weekends to complete stuff for audit or budget or anything else, we can lean on this person.
Ramona, would you like to add anything, or Paige, or both?
I would, yes. Thank you, Mike, for doing that. Just for clarification, the current staff positions of Miranda and Heather are, their job titles are staff accountants, and this request is requesting a senior accountant. So just for that clarity. And then also, you know, this is an issue that I have struggled with for many months, and Mike and I have talked about it for many months. And because it's exactly to his point that we're, you know, we can get it done. We've been doing it, you know, but we're also starting to realize now that what we thought was a blip with COVID, or we thought that, you know, we were training new staff and stuff, that was all a temporary situation. And what we've come to realize probably in the last 8 months, particularly, is this is our new norm. And this pace in which we're working and processing is creating some unhealthy habits. I'm not a very good example for my staff, and I'm trying really hard to do better. But we San Miguel County needs to, I think, really take a look at this. And it's not about me, because my tenure is not that long, but it is really what is best for San Miguel County. And that's what I'm trying to approach it as, and trying to encourage my staff is like these transitions that we're requesting hopefully is setting us up for success long term. And so that's our request. I know it is a mid-year request that, you know, normally we don't like to try to entertain, but, you know, we thought that that the current situation could sustain, but it's becoming more and more evident that it's not a healthy level in which we're sustaining. So that's why we're coming to you mid-year. We appreciate your consideration of this request, and we'll follow your direction accordingly.
And I see Jared has something to add, and I also had 2 other brief additions after Jared. Go ahead.
Well, commissioners, as you all know, I used to do utility work, but I was also the assistant finance director of a previous location, and I've talked a lot with Ramona about this. And I think it's a really good investment in structure that we need in the finance office. That I would be, I think we are walking through a process with a new auditor. A new auditor brings fresh eyes. That's brought new challenges. And one of the things that auditors do look for is, where could fraud or risk occur? And in a lot of finance offices, it is, if you have one person who does all the work and they are no longer around, how many people does it take to pick up the pieces? This is really an investment in building a structure. That way we can persist or keep our operation functional for the long term. And again, it's one of those things where if Ramona or Paige go on vacation, we aren't scrambling. We aren't worried about it. We aren't trying to figure out, who's covering the base, and have them come back to an enormous workload that hasn't been addressed, right? We don't want to fall behind in that. So I think this, structurally, if I were on the outside and looking at this proposal, I'd be saying, well, this restructuring does make some sense, particularly in light of new audit standards that have come over the last 2 or 3 years, and the additional needs that we have for our federal grant reporting. And frankly, I know that they've been doing a really Herculean effort at trying to inventory and better manage our current assets as well, which is a lot of work. There's a lot of equipment that our county owns, and they're trying to do better at a lot of things. And they need more hours in the day, frankly, that this position will allow. to get that job done.
I would only pile on top that we looked at what software we could increase efficiency with, and we have implemented numerous new software items in the department over the past 5 years. We looked at different scheduling. The reality is Paige and Ramona cannot go to conferences together to learn the cutting edge practices for finance departments, because they are always having, one of them is always having to be in the office during those times. And that would allow them this opportunity for some professional development and networking. And the other thing is, I appreciate Jared's comments. He was referring to not being very overt about it, but where he had personally had the opportunity to see fraud in a finance department in a large organization. And we both, he shared that, Aka has shared these takeaways. And so the more people that are cross-trained, it just makes us safer. I also would just add, I was recently apprised of another county that is prohibited from taking on any further grants because they were not able to manage the existing grants and they lost $1.9 million. So they're on a 3-year timeout. So if San Miguel County were to ever have that I don't worry about fraud or abuse, because we have some of the most honest people in our finance department that I've ever met in my life. But I do look at the financial consequence if something were to fall through the cracks. And this is such a minimal investment compared to the risk that we would run in that circumstance. As you know, Jared and I are pretty frugal, and when we agree, I don't think we've ever, I can't remember in recent years ever coming to the board mid-year and saying, okay, we've tried everything we can and we need that other person. So I don't come to you here except for with a lot of thought and concern behind this, and would request this position.
Lance?
Do you want some more reasons?
Yeah.
That's a compelling list of reasons. I was taking notes and I started with succession. I got to grants, audit structures being new, investing in the structure of our organization for the future, the ability to either attend conferences or vacation, and a final and unlikely guardian against fraud. I'm convinced. I wish that Paige and Ramona didn't work 6 days a week, and I want to fix that. So yes, please.
Yeah, I'm in alignment, and I would just add, during the break, Jared mentioned to me about another state requirement in terms of something to do with mill levies. I didn't get the full thing, but we do continue to have, as you said, stricter standards and more oversight requirements and so forth coming down, certainly from the state, and it sounds like as well from the feds. I mean, none of us take this lightly. You know, it sounds like maybe annually it would be over a $100,000,
Approximately 100,000 max.
including the benefits.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, we all know it's a big number for our county, and we've just had 2 people in here using words like outrageous to describe the assessed values, not the taxes. But I just want the public to know this is not something we take lightly. And exactly, Jared and Mike are the most frugal. Some would say cheap. No, I'm just kidding. No, frugal and smart. You're very smart about the way you spend county money. And I've always said that about you since I've met you. And I really appreciate that. I also care so much about our staff. And, you know, when we get emails at 6:47 a.m. from Paige, you know something's not right. So
Or when Ryan Rigetti shows up at 6 a.m. and says, Paige has already been at work before I arrived, and she's still there at 6 p.m. after 6 p.m.
Exactly. So we
Paige.
so that's the one thing I think we should do, is get like some locks on the door or something that if we get this new person, they won't let them in on the weekend or any. I'm teasing, but we really do appreciate the huge effort you've made over these last years, and that you were wondering and thoughtful about whether it might be a blip, and it clearly isn't. So I also am in support of this position. So thank you for toughing it out as long as you could, but it's time for you guys to get a healthy work-life balance back and all the other reasons we talked about. Do we need a motion, or is this just staff direction?
It would be staff direction, and then we would handle the financial impact in our supplemental budget before the end of the year.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, anything else?
Nope, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mike and Jared, for helping us get to this point. Thank you, commissioners, for your support.
Of course.
Thank you, Paige.
Thank you for your hard work. Okay, take care. Moving on to item 8, Department of Human Services. Consideration of chair's signature. I think I'll read all of this, or someone will when we make a motion. But we're basically reviewing the Department of Human Services finances for the last couple of months. And who should be here but our Human Services Director, Linnea Edwards. Hi, Linnea.
So nothing really shocking in our finances. Again, like I mentioned last month, we're just heading into our last quarter. So you'll see those in the next couple months as we finalize our last fiscal year, our last quarter of our fiscal year for human services in the state. And as we start rolling out what we're getting in allocation, those will all, I'll be at CCI next week, so we'll be learning about all of our allocations that are happening in our joint allocation meetings. So I'll be able to come to you guys with any decreases or increases in those allocations as we are learning what the state's gonna allocate to us. But as far as the financials, I think if there's any questions, I can try to answer them or bring back the answers, but they're pretty standard for what we've been showing you guys.
I do not have any questions, Linnea. I appreciate how clear and consistent your presentations are. I'm good. Lance, you want to dig in?
I don't need to dig in, but I want to share a funny story.
Yeah.
It's very brief. When I was in my first year in the job, I attended that CCI conference, and one of the opportunities was to sit with Carol and go through the next year's allocations. And after 10 minutes, I leaned into her and said, "They are speaking in code. I do not understand this. Do I need to?" And she laughed and said, "No, just stick around. I'll explain it later." And over the years, I still don't speak all the code, but I appreciate that you do. And
We're getting
I
there.
appreciate that you keep tight books.
Yeah.
And I know that that's essential for running your office, but I also know that it's not probably why you got into this. And so for you to be able to balance the human side and the financial side is really remarkable.
Well, and our accountant in our office, she does do a great job and has been doing it for about 10 years. So she's the one that speaks state allocation and county budget and how they work together. So she is definitely the expert in her field.
Who is that?
Genevieve Lyon.
Is she in the URA office?
She does stay in the URA office.
Yeah.
She's a split employee between both counties. Yeah.
Well, with that, I'm prepared to make that motion and read all those words.
Before you do that, I just have a question, Linnea. When you go to CCI, do you think there will be discussion about federal allocations as well as state? Because the news all week has been about SNAP and Medicaid, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and we intend to have some, I think, director-only conversations around those changes specifically. We're seeing Medicaid right now, some changes, they're gonna come and kind of lay those out for us and where those fiscal changes will be at the federal level in regards to Medicaid, along with the timeline that that's gonna take to make those changes. I don't have
Not
real
yet.
solid information,
No.
but I'm hoping after next week I will have a better understanding of what it looks like for a state level, which then obviously will trickle down to the county level.
Yeah, I think we'll have to wait too for the Senate to pass the bill because there might be some changes there, but recognizing that both of those change. Okay, I believe we have a member of the public who would like to address this. Doug Tooley, please unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes to comment on the subject related to the financial reports. Thank you.
Thank you for asking that question about Medicaid and SNAP, and those federal pass-throughs through the state that should be emerging here some point soon. And just in general, as a client of that agency, the regulations are not clear to me either. And I would be so presumptuous as to state that I'm in one of the upper percentiles of their client base, both in financial ability and regulatory interpretation. And they're not clear to me. There have been allegations of misuse, and it's just a total mess. Some of those are procedural, and some of them are the devil acting in the details. And this is a consistent problem, notice and process that we're seeing throughout the state. That we've seen throughout this morning, goes to the state. I'll just raise one specific concern on my part. There's differences in what I'm allowed to deduct from both my housing and for my SNAP and Medicaid benefits. And housing allows the deduction of over-the-counter medications, and SNAP and Medicaid does not. And that would be one small thing to get rectified if we could. Thank you. I'm compliant with the DOH DOLA deduction procedures. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we are ready for a motion.
I'm prepared to move to approve the chair's signature on the Department of Human Services balance sheet for March 2025, earned revenue and expenditures for March 2025, expenditures through electronic benefit transfers for April 2025, check register for the month of April 2025, county allocation/MOE report for March 2025, and the 2025 caseload reports.
I second that motion. How do you vote?
I vote aye.
I as well.
I would like to make just one change to my caseload report. Sorry, I didn't get to that. I was at my financials. No worries.
Oh, so sorry.
No, my fault. I should have thought about that we were doing all of them. So I reported that we had 33 childcare cases here in San Miguel County, and that is true. We have 33 active childcare cases. We have one participant that's on a waiting list right now. So that number I received early this week, after my packet was already turned in. So we do have one person on the waiting list right now. Hoping as school ends, we'll see what the movement looks like in our childcare lists and the clients we serve for that, but that would be the only change in that report.
So we could accept the caseload report as stated at the time that it was created, but we'll file that knowledge away, or do I need to amend my motion?
I would ask that you amend your motion in regards to the caseload report, because that one is as of April.
Then I will add an amendment to my motion to include the fact that there is one child waiting on the wait list for assistance with early childhood education.
I accept that amendment.
All right.
And now that we have that straightened out, we will vote again and retract the previous vote. How do you vote now?
I vote aye.
I do too. All right, we passed that unanimously. Sorry to be silly. Thank you, Linnea.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
and just one other piece of information that we've been waiting on. So we've had a vacancy in our child welfare position since the end of January, when Haley moved over to Human Resources. And so we were able to hire somebody, and they accepted yesterday. So we are hoping that person will be starting in the next month or so, and then completing all the trainings for child welfare and adult protection, and hit the ground running, and able to help us out and relieve my Uray County worker a little bit. So we are excited to be a full team again. And when he is hired, I will bring him in to meet you all.
I look forward to that. Does he happen to be bilingual?
He does not.
He does not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that's a gem to find that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, we're glad that you found somebody that you feel good about.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for that good update.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 9, affordable housing updates. I am looking to Deputy County Manager Jared Biggs.
Thank you, Commissioners. Couple quick updates this morning. We did get the road cut in to our Ilium property in this past week. We had a meeting yesterday with Jim Keogh to talk about that, among other items. Kind of, we're squaring up the project, making sure we're in the right, we're making sure we have the right contract in place, we have all the financial resources. And now that we have the road cut, we are working to get our geotechnical engineer up there. We've got a meeting on site with them tomorrow. And so that is really positive news that we can actually drive something on that site. We'll be coordinating with Ryan and his crews as possible to hopefully get a backhoe up there. That way we don't have to rent a backhoe and have an operator go up there to help us dig test pits. But we know Ryan's super busy too, so that'll be something that we wrestle with. But stoked that we actually moved a little dirt in that effort and are really getting our civil engineering done. They actually did a site survey the previous week. And so they have site survey data, are really working on the civil design to fit the housing units into the site as best to lay it out. And we'll be talking about how we need to access those moving ahead. So
Good news.
Good news on that. Drea has been doing a great job with some project reconciliation, just making sure that we're up to date on all of our bills, making sure that we are reconciling with all of our accounts. There's a lot of different tendrils. We talk about how this housing program, it used to be a big tree trunk, and then it has branched out into our 3 projects. And then whenever we call Town of Telluride, we're talking about all of our other projects. When we talk about Pinion Park, we talk about how these things branch out. So we're just, with Drea being new on the job, she's been doing a really bang up job just learning and getting that information under her. And as I mentioned last week, we're going to formalize a more regular monthly presentation by Drea of kind of what she's doing on a monthly basis that corresponds with our DOLA grant. We did have a meeting with the Town of Telluride last week to talk about our Prop 123 compliance. We do have a commitment to build 11 units in the county by the end of 2026. And so we're really starting the process along with the Town of Telluride of auditing where we've gone from 2023, 2024, and that 2025 year. That way we can see what progress has been made and how much more do we need to make to meet that commitment, so to speak. So,
Are those 11 units exclusively county owned, or is that 11 units within the borders of San Rafael County that would include other municipalities?
Unincorporated. So it would be those that are built within unincorporated areas, right? So the Town of Telluride has their own commitment that is exclusive of ours. The Town of Mountain Village has their own commitment that is exclusive to ours. I don't know that Ophir or Norwood have made one of those Prop 123 commitments to date. But of the town, each one of the towns makes a commitment. County made a commitment. And so we have an exclusive kind of portfolio that we have to fill by the end of 2026. If we don't fill, or any town or any local government does not fill their commitment, they have to take a year off from being able to accept Prop 123 dollars for grants, for actual housing development, so to speak, and other things. And it does not have to be county owned. Correct. They have 3 different kind of characteristics of housing. It could be county owned. It could be, privately deed restricted. And some of some of the ones that we will count will be those that have been developed that end up having the county deed restriction applied to them. And then I believe there's another bucket. I think it can be rental, but it has to be affordable at I think 60% AMI, which is a really significant challenge. So we're working through all those definitions and to classify everything we can for that commitment for the county. And that was our conversation with the town of Telluride. They're also trying to figure out, which will count for them. And as a county, if it was built in the town of Telluride, we could theoretically put it in our bucket. But we also don't want to, take from each other's counts. And so we have a coordination on that as well.
Do you have any concerns about reaching that 11 units by the end of 2026? Is that what it was?
Yes, and I mean, I do. The pace of building is slow. And that's not just for our own projects, but also for projects that are happening, abroad. And like, if a private developer comes in and started a project today, they aren't going to be done.
No.
Right. And our projects, we may be able to get Allium done, and there's going to be qualifiers in Allium on if they count or not. We have to kind of slice and dice the definitions because that's employee housing on a temp basis for our employees at the jail. It may not meet definition. So I do have a concern. We're going to be working and inventorying. I'm hopeful that, there has been development happening. But we'll kind of see, if we have to take a year off of the Prop 123 dollars, I don't think it's going to kill us. But it's something we should avoid if we can.
Was Drea's salary partially funded by that, or was it just the consultant?
Drea's salary is 100% funded through Prop 123 dollars, but that is a 2-year grant, right? And as we've discussed, our hope is that we find value in the position and that we would potentially fund it moving forward as well. If we can get Prop 123 resources to do that, great. But I'm pretty sure she's going to show a lot of really good value. So
The only thing I would add to Jared's summary is that for that 60% target AMI for rentals and 100% AMI for sale projects, we are eligible to petition for rural resort designation. When they first rolled out the program, first Prop 123 came out first, and then they came out with the rural resort designation, which would allow up to 140% AMI for sale units and a higher threshold for those rental units. I don't have that in front of me. I'm looking at it and they don't list it, but that is project specific. So when we start to put a shovel in the ground, or we are saying, okay, let's say Pathfinder, for instance, here's what our AMI targets are going to be. At that point, we would petition for the rural resort designation so that we could allow for to get funds to help in construction for a slightly higher cost product.
Okay, some concern.
I wouldn't be overly concerned right now. Again, I think it's manageable. We'll get our counts. We will talk to you if we become overly concerned for sure. And we want to keep you commissioners at, the 30,000 foot while we delve into this, 10,000 foot level as well. So we don't want you to be caught unaware.
The other reality is that we're not unique of rural resort areas trying to build affordable housing with interest rates being at still an all-time or recent high. Not all time for sure, but and the cost of building materials having gone up dramatically. I foresee a lot of other counties that are going to be petitioning the state to say, okay, 3 years was unreasonable given where it puts us in the development cost pipeline. So that's another reason I'm not concerned, is that we are not alone. We are actually in a large majority of counties that are doing the diligence to create projects, but want to make sure that we're not penny wise, pound foolish in developing them and coming out with a product that doesn't meet those AMI targets.
How many units again in Ilion Valley? 6, 8?
So Ilium would be 5.
5, right? Okay.
So those ones are like the live work.
If they
units,
count,
right?
yep, got it.
If they count. And so again, And we are pushing, we did get a draft contract off to CDOT last week as well for the Deep Creek parcel. So we're just waiting for their comments on that. So we can hopefully move ahead with Deep Creek as well. So.
Terrific.
And other developments that are not by the county, but occurring in an unincorporated county would also count for our numbers.
Okay.
Such as the developments potentially at Two Rivers from TSG and or the school district.
Mhm.
How about a deed restricted unit in Lawson Hill as part of mitigation for a new commercial project?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Got it.
correct.
Excellent.
Yeah, we were a little bit more heartened when we remembered that mitigation projects also count.
Great.
Yeah.
Good.
And obviously, we're going to hope to far exceed that threshold number, but it might take an extra year or two.
That's fair. Okay. Thank you all for plowing ahead. Anything else affordable housing, or should we move on to manager matters, item 10?
I don't think we have anything more for affordable housing. So I'd like to start with the general updates and then dive into the agendized item regarding Tomboy bids. First off, thank you and hope everybody had a great Memorial Day and Mountain Film Festival. Kickoff to summer happened so dramatically, but no, it was really nice having that Memorial Day off, and thank you to everybody who took the time to remember those we've lost. Last Wednesday, Jared and I attended the HARC meeting related to the potential for future development at the Fruin building. That was just a work session. That is not based on an application as of yet. So Jared and I took copious notes of the feedback. Substantial conversation was occurring about the relocation of one of the two historic sheds. One of them, the one to the east, is not in its historic location. So we're looking for other sites where that shed could be moved to that are still on the alley as the HARC board had requested. And there was a lot of feedback in particular regarding the height or the setbacks on the third floor, which is proposed to be the town's offices areas and some of the common areas. So I know that the architects and engineers are going to be revising some of their drawings and bringing that back. And so obviously we'll bring that back to the Board of Commissioners as those iterations happen. Last Thursday, I got to participate in the wellness programs, volunteering at the Pollinator Garden down Valley Park, which is my first ever time being in that pollinator garden. And it is truly something to be proud of. I highly encourage all of our public to go out there. And when I was asking our crew, who is really well educated on native plant species and other things, I learned that a lot of the things I thought were weeds are actually various special plants. So, encourage the public to check that out. We weren't able to hold the lodging tax meeting that we had hoped to yesterday for lack of a quorum. So we'll be rescheduling that meeting for when our 3 members are able to join us and hear those updates from the Norwood Chamber and the Telluride Tourism Board. As a side note, we know that over-tourism is sometimes an issue in areas sometimes that are called loved to death. So Denmark has implemented a new program to disperse their tourists and provide them incentives to do things like weeding, gardening, and assisting with minor liability causing issues. And so I sent that to Kira at the tourism board to say, oh, I wonder if there's a way we could, rather than sending everybody to, Bear Creek or to some of our places that get tons of tourist traffic, to try and get our tourists out with incentives. So Denmark's offering, hey, this place will offer you free lunch if you had swept this street or done things, but just a creative way to try and disperse tourism and make sure that tourists are viewed as a positive thing to the community, which we know, having heard some of the earlier testimonies today, we need our tourists, we love our tourists, but we also want to make sure that we're in balance and having a symbiotic relationship. So no date yet set for that new lodging tax meeting, but we will be updating that on our future meetings and website. Yesterday, I met with the U.S. Forest Service and the board of the Telluride Institute about their scientific campus idea, looking at various parcels of forest land that they would like to potentially develop this on. The very truncated version of the hour-and-a-half meeting is that there are so many issues related to acquisitions and developments on U.S. Forest Service land. Seeing the recent struggles that Summit County has had on a project that was so much more ripe for development, and that they've put that project on indefinite hold, further kind of weakens that as maybe a preferred alternative. So the Zolines and the rest of the board of the Telluride Institute are going to be looking at other locations, potentially on parcels or land that are owned by members of the board. And they will be sharing those once they have come up with a plan B. Today is our first meeting of the new personnel committee. So thanks to the board for authorizing that, the creation of that in our handbook, and that'll be at 3:00 today in this room. Tomorrow, Commissioner Waring and I will be attending a meeting in Cortez with Montezuma County, Dolores, La Plata, and I think that's it, to discuss regional issues and where we might be able to collaborate or work together. And this is something, it's only noteworthy because it's new. It hasn't occurred in the past. We're generally in concert with our Region 10, 5-county region to the north. So it was really nice to be invited from our neighbors to the south to engage in that kind of conversation. This coming Monday, there's an SMRHA meeting at 1 p.m. that will be on the website as what for that Zoom info. And then it's also a very big day. Will be our sheriff, Bill Masters, will be retiring. And at 4 p.m. that day, we will be swearing in Under Sheriff Dan Koval into the sheriff's role for the remainder of Sheriff Bill's term. Congrats to almost Sheriff Koval. Jared and I, along with Linnea, will be at the CCI Summer Conference in Keystone, Summit County, Monday through Wednesday, June 2nd through 4th. And then obviously we have no meeting, as already been discussed, on Wednesday, June 4th. However, that meeting on June 11th, which would have normally been a work session, has been changed to be a special meeting. So we'll hold that special meeting here in the Commissioner Room in Telluride, and then we will be having an evening session with the residents of Placerville from 5 to 7 p.m. that night. On Thursday, June 5th, from 3 to 6 p.m., I'm still waiting for confirmations of the location and details, but there will be a public meeting regarding the potential design alternatives for San Sofia Station, part of the gondola project. They've been focusing on the various stations where the changes and additions would need to go. And so this will be the first opportunity for the public to see some of those design alternatives and provide input to those. We'll get into the Imogene Pass bids that were received this last Friday here in just a moment, but I'm still working with John Duncan and trying to flesh out donations from the Bronco Wild Fund, as well as our local Jeep groups, user groups, for expediting the repairs on Imogene Pass. I got a call from Norwood Mayor Candy Meehan, who indicated that not only has Senator Hurd notified them that he will be supporting their water infrastructure request as one of his CDS, congressionally directed spending requests, but that Senator Bennett's office has also indicated to them that they will be supporting their sanitation district improvement request as part of his CDS request. So a lot of love for Norwood from our congressional representatives, and we're so grateful. Speaking of them, John Whitney sadly will be leaving Senator Bennett's office as his representative, and he will be here tomorrow for meetings with the public with his new replacement. So we're excited to meet that gentleman who will be taking John's spot. Certainly, John has been a great ally of San Miguel County and always responsive to the needs that we have. So that meeting is tomorrow from 9 to noon here in the commissioner room or in the BOCC meeting room.
Is that where members of the public can?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's not our meeting with
No.
that fellow.
No, you're obviously welcome to attend and listen, but that is more specifically for the public to bring matters, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, et cetera, to the senator's staff's attention.
Exactly. And I just want to comment that people are welcome to walk in, but it is encouraged to make an appointment. And I mean, there's an email that you can use, Wyatt Bear, WYATT_BAIR at bennett.senate.gov, Bennett with 1 T. And they ask that you include your name, address, phone number, and a brief description of the issue you would like to address. If you're already working with someone in Bennett's office, please include that information in your email as well, just in case anybody wants to make an appointment.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. That there will also be a meeting tomorrow for the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan. That's more of an internal stakeholder meeting from 9:30 to 2 p.m. Our new communications coordinator, Megan Knowles, has accepted the role and will be starting on June 30th. And this week, while our backup during, as we know, when Suzanne Chevins retired last week, normally it would fall to Heather Widland, our GIS director, to pick up those duties in the interim, but she is still away this week. So Suzanne has graciously offered to continue if we need things posted or changed on the website or social media. We can still email Suzanne this week, and then it will go back to Megan or to Heather until Megan's arrival. We also are excited to have the start of our new environmental health specialist after a long vacancy. That gentleman will be starting with us here on June 2nd. And lastly, the wolf that we have been tracking had been in the Telluride region, had gone to Nucla, had gone to Gunnison, and she is now in the Roaring Fork Valley. So continuing her tour of the Western Slope and hopefully getting closer to finding a mate and or the ideal home that she's been looking for. And that's all I have for right now. Do you have any questions for me?
No questions on any of that?
Hey.
Could you repeat the day that Under Sheriff Cobalt will be signing?
That'll be Monday, June 2nd at 4 p.m. in the courthouse. And then there will be a brief reception here in the county commissioner's room.
Got it.
But you all will be out
But we will not be here, unfortunately.
I know.
Sadly, our program starts at 9:30 on Monday morning.
No, I'm gonna miss it as well,
Oh.
as is Commissioner Gleason.
Yes.
Can you represent?
Okay.
I was wondering if we should all have those little popsicle stick faces printed out so Dan knows that we're there in spirit.
I've been in contact with Under Sheriff Koval, and I think he knows that the board is excited and supportive. So he will understand.
Yeah.
We'll have more opportunities.
Did you want to speak to the Tomboy Road repair
I
bid?
do.
All right, let's do it.
So, we have put out a press release notifying the public that there was a large possibility that Imogene Pass will be closed until at least September. However, we did receive several bids that came in by Friday, and these are from companies around the state and all with the technical expertise to do these repairs. And we were pleasantly surprised by some of the bid numbers. So I'm going to ask Jared to share his screen. He did a great analysis from the RFP of whose bids were compliant with all the requirements of the RFP. There were rather two companies that chose to combine with each other for their bid. And that was Access and Motion and Earth Tech, the second bid. So the first one that you see is from Tribal. They met all the bid requirements. They were estimating 6 weeks for completion at a bid amount of $744,497. Next up was our lowest bid amount. However, unfortunately, they had several exclusions to their bid. So though their bid was the lowest amount, I'm a bit uncomfortable because even state law requires any project over $50,000 to be bonded for. I don't want to have a piecemeal approach to things such as rockfall removal and or safety planning and managing the use of hikers and bikers in the vicinity. There's several things that I think would cause some liability concern from the county, despite the fact that they are local companies. The next up was from Rock and Co. They had also a lower, actually, you can see 3 out of the 4 bids were all substantially less than we had originally received as an estimate. We were working off that idea that it was going to be approximately $650,000 and that it was going to take months to do this completion. The Rock and Co. is in line with that original duration estimate of several months to complete the project. But then last one was Hickson Briggs.
No relation to Biggs.
No. And anyway, you can see the dollar amounts. And so we wanted to have some discussion with the board. As I mentioned, now that we've received these amounts, I did confirm the $100,000 contribution from the U.S. Forest Service from Megan Eno yesterday, and I have that in writing.
Great.
We do know, though, unfortunately, that nothing is guaranteed until the check is in our bank, given the federal government's sometimes surprising pullbacks of funds. But Megan did feel that that was a reliable number. We had a verbal commitment from Idorado for $50,000. And so I'm trying to get that in writing and get a timing on when those funds would be received. Lastly, John Duncan and Telluride Outside have pledged $5,000 from his company towards this. And we have verbal commitments from several others, including 3 different Jeep groups, that they would provide some level of funding. So we had said, let's wait until we get bids so we know what our financial delta is going to be. I do think that if we're taking Idorado at their word, that we're looking at $155,000 in outside contribution. So an approximate delta of $200,000, depending on which bid you're comparing that number to, with no additional outside funding. Obviously, we hope to bring that number down further. I'm optimistic that we might be down to $100,000 delta between the Bronco Wild Fund and all these other groups that have verbally said that they would commit to the project. But I don't want to ask you to make a decision on optimism. And I'm not asking for you to award the contract to any one of these today, but what I would ask is if you would allow us to go forth in creating a contract that we could execute on June 11th with one of these bidding companies. And I would like to turn it over to Jared for his comments and maybe suggestions.
Thanks, commissioners. And, I was pretty excited to get these bids yesterday because they are significantly different from what the original estimates were. So whenever we get something that's maybe cheaper, I usually then take my extra spidey sense and start evaluating, okay, what exactly is in here? Did they respond appropriately to the process? And so this is kind of my process, and it's on display here, how I make sure and check all the boxes to double check and say, are they actually committing to do this work? I would say that all of them put these as estimates, right? Because we did not have engineered project scope. They all have to be estimates. There's no better that we could do. And most of them also in their responses said, they would like to initiate as quickly as possible so that they could start that formal engineering process if they have a hope to actually get it done in the July, August, September kind of timeframe. And so with that, I think, my recommendation, just because it is a fully pulled together company, they provided some really good examples. They are out of Ouray and Montrose and have done work on Red Mountain Pass, so they are very aware of the conditions that they would probably face in this scenario. Is that we pursue Hicks and Briggs bid, largely because it was very full. It was meaningful. They have experience, and I think it's the most responsive and cheapest bid.
Could you speak to the items, Jared, where you did not?
Have check mark.
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So within their proposal, they actually referenced that their rockfall plan, safety plan, and hiking and biking access plans would simply be developed and provided upon delivery of or upon contract. So they did say, hey, we're more than willing. We've done this before. We've managed traffic control in the San Juans, on Red Mountain, on these other passes. We just don't want to prepare a formal plan for this until we actually get into it, right?
If I could add on to that, when we met with the Forest Service, they said that they would not allow hikers or bikers to be passing through the construction area when construction starts. So I think it's a little bit less of an issue knowing that barricades will be placed and signage, and that there will be people on site instructing. We're going to be in a coordinated messaging with Ouray County, the town of Telluride, and our tourism bureau to ensure that folks understand they cannot pass through as soon as the project starts.
So I understand what those dashes mean, and just to clarify for AIM and Earth Tech, because that was the lowest bid, there are actually some blank spaces. What does that mean?
So that means they did not speak to them at all in the bid. So the documentation that they provided us did not speak to those items. And these items were specifically within our request for proposals. So again, it's not like I'm asking them to answer questions that we hadn't posed. We posed those questions, they weren't responded to.
I see.
And so that is another thing that usually gives me pause of, are you sure you scoped this project correctly when you didn't respond to the things we asked for? Again, with Hinks and Briggs, they acknowledged in their letter saying, these things, we read them and we acknowledge them. We'll just do them when we get there, right? Instead of simply leaving it blank and open to interpretation on our part. So again, I was really excited. All of these organizations provided that they were capable. They could do this work, and that's what's exciting. We had really good attendance at the pre-bid, the mandatory pre-bid, and their proposals did show that they understand the work. They understand what it's going to take to make this fix actually last. And they've all proposed really good kind of items that they think will fix this for a good long haul. So
I like the 4 weeks time estimate as well.
Yes,
as
that was really exciting to see,
And
because that would enable things like Imogene Pass Run to continue to use the route.
understanding that, life happens and geology happens and things like that. That answers my questions.
So we're
Lance.
not asking you to award the bid, but we are asking for you to give staff direction. So really, there's two pieces. One is the potential financial impact to the county of about $201,000 based off of the commitments we have to date.
201.
201.
Yep.
Well, so if we have 155 pledged or committed,
Yep.
That would be the delta if we were to act on this bid from Hinks and Briggs. And then we would bring back a contract with those additional elements that Jared just referred to on June 11th. if you were supportive of us engaging in a contract with them, and that's, at that point, you would vote on whether or not to formally move forward with them.
Understood. Lance? 2 thumbs up, 4 thumbs up.
Okay?
Okay, that you have your marching orders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and I get too excited about things like this sometimes, so I'm going to wait until we have our contract and all of the deliverables that are promised, as well as the firm dollar amount before we release anything in press releases or social media, if that's okay.
That makes sense, absolutely.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Maura, will we be having a discussion under 13A regarding the sewer authority?
Yeah.
We will,
Yep.
okay. I was just wondering if we weren't, because I know that was tentative, that we would just knock out, well, we can still knock out commissioner updates, or are you ready for lunch?
6 is
Let's-
at your discretion, Madam Chair.
Let's knock it out. I don't have too much. It's only been a week.
Go.
Okay, so thank you for everybody in this room for sharing input on the CCAP priorities, what we wanted as a county. I did attend the CCAP priority setting meeting the following day. And interestingly, the 2 top topics among all of the counties, one was one we weren't that interested in, legislative education. We felt like we have good relationships with our legislators. I think that I know what they said was the real topic that the other counties are concerned about is educating legislators about the financial straits that many of our fellow counties are in, and the need to stop putting down unfunded mandates, and also, which is what we talked about, as well as shifting costs from the state to the county. So it does sound like the other counties feel like that's important. The other thing, and this is something we also felt was important, was state budget advocacy, particularly as it relates to protecting services for vulnerable populations, and then potentially some structural reform of the state budget and just the way things are funded. That also includes Tabor reform. There was a lot of interest in that, and some details on that. So anyway, that's kind of some of the priorities that CCAT will be working with. On the 20th, that was on Thursday, the 22nd. On Friday, the 23rd, I ran into Commissioner Waring at a reception for Deb Holland, who was here for Mountain Film, and is also running for governor of New Mexico. She is a former representative from New Mexico and former Secretary of the Interior and of Native American heritage. It was really an honor to meet her and to hear that she is on her way potentially to being governor of New Mexico, our neighbor. Of course, she has to win the election. That evening, I also stopped by the San Miguel Resource Center. They've recently renovated their offices, and they are lovely. I don't know if you've ever been in there before, but it's so fresh. It's so peaceful. There's a lot of private spaces for meeting with clients. It's just a really well done facelift for that organization, a pleasant place to work, and again, a pleasant place for survivors to visit. So that was really nice. Yesterday, I attended a Know Your Rights training for allies that was sponsored by our public health department, as well as Tri-County Health Network and Raíces Sin Fronteras, and it was very interesting and helpful. Something that I would recommend everybody in the community learn about, because there are just constitutional rights that we all have that really impact the way we might potentially interact with law enforcement, whether at whatever level. Just want to let everybody know that I'm leaving town tomorrow for some super fun personal things, and I'll be back on June 9th. But I will be available while I'm away by email or phone or whatever you need. So that's me. What you got, Lance?
I am happy to report that yesterday I recorded the announcement for Rex Librand to play Dakota for the Doris Roof Memorial Scholarship for San Miguel County, and that was awarded to Quinn Pachosa.
And I heard that on Kodo, and you got kudos for your introduction and speech, and thanks for doing that.
You're welcome. I also was able to attend the gathering on Monday at the Lone Tree Cemetery and join ex-Senator Don Coram and a great number of folks to commemorate Memorial Day and the veterans. And I spoke briefly there. Managed to hail on us right in the celebration time, but then the sun came out and we almost had a rainbow. And the final report I have is from the Region 10 meeting back on the 22nd. And there were continued budgetary challenges and shifts, but one of the great bits of news that I heard from that meeting was regarding the area on aging report that has necessarily been cut. They've lost $400,000 and have come up with some ways to offer that amount. But one of them is the Telluride Foundation has asked for information to help support that portion of Region 10's efforts, which is really great. And I think that there may be some regional assistance through our Telluride Foundation. The
Lance, is that $400,000 loss because of state budget cuts?
combination of state and federal.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple places that the director has found some savings, so it's not as dire as it sounds, but it's certainly going to have impact with clients as well. And that's where the Telluride Foundation could step in. From that same meeting, Jared, perhaps you can help me with this. I may have misunderstood, but it sounds like there is no DOLA funding scheduled this year for broadband. And that DOLA, the organization, is taking a pause on that. However, Region 10 does own some broadband infrastructure, and the board did vote to spend $130,000 of Region 10's money in order to maintain those funds and keep them upgraded to current levels. It was a pretty easy decision. The final decision the board had to work through is that there are $165,000 in overdue loans, mostly in Montrose, for various businesses that Region 10 has funded through the small business portion of that organization. And the decision of the board was to go ahead and move forward with collection, just and roll over and let that slide. Not a pleasant conversation and not an easy decision, but one that the board felt was important to make. That is everything that happened, and Mike has spoken about a couple things that are coming up soon, and I will be meeting tomorrow morning before the 9 o'clock gathering with John Whitney, just to wish him a fond farewell and to meet his replacement Wyatt.
Please give John a hug for me, and I look forward to meeting Wyatt when I'm back in another time.
You got it.
All right, thanks for doing that, Lance. All right, so we have come to our lunch break, item 12. After lunch, we will return. Are we going to take the full 45 minutes? We don't have a time on here. How about half an hour? Half an hour for lunch?
Sure.
Is everybody okay with that, or do you need a little more time? I know we have dogs to walk.
Yes.
That's
Do
fine.
45.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. So we will return here at 12:45 for the last item on our agenda, which is attorney matters. I will note for anyone who may be listening that that will take place entirely in executive session. So if you don't want to hang around, you may not hang around. Of course, we will be voting to go in and we'll be voting to come out, and we will be noting that we only discuss the matters on the agenda, but that's all just protocol. There won't be really any news or anything. So, great. Lunch break. We will be back at 12:45. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Go into exactly.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Whenever you're ready, we can start forward. Ms. Carmen. Okay, we're all. Are you recording? Okay, sorry about that, folks. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, San Miguel County. The time is 12:47. We are back from our lunch break. We are on item 13, which is update and other as needed from our county attorney, Maura Fahey. Maura, do you have anything to discuss before we go to item 13A?
Nope.
No, okay, so now we'll move on to item 13A, executive session. Discussion of the sewer authority for regional wastewater treatment plant, citation 6B, conference with an attorney, and 4E, determining negotiation strategies. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. We are moving into executive session, and for anybody, there is nobody on anymore, so just us, just us chickens. Actually, someone could be on YouTube. So I will just mention that we are going into into executive session. After that, we have no other items on the agenda. We will just report out briefly that we abided by the by executive CRS 24-6-4024. So if you'd like to unplug, you are welcome to. There won't be anything to follow afterwards. Thank you. Now out of executive session for item 13A, discussion of the sewer authority during the meeting. We discussed only that topic and gave staff direction on how to proceed. This is the end of our agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Second, how do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. This meeting is adjourned. We will return in 2 weeks on Wednesday, June 11th.